Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a meeting of Brant County Council for January the 13th, 2026. Happy New Year. I guess it's the first time we've had a meeting with the public since the New Year, so Happy New Year to everyone, and thank you for coming out to support whatever you're here to support. It's nice to see everyone in here. We have so many meetings with nobody in here, so it is nice to see the public. Attendance has been taken. We're all here. Takes us to number 2 on the agenda, which is the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Pierce is going to do that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, 6 nations on the Grand River, and the traditional territory of the Attawandarong. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. We recognize the significance of their contributions in the past, present, and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for stewardship of the land on which we live, work, and commit to the truth and reconciliation calls to action. We commit to continue learning, reflecting on our past, and working in allyship.
Thank you. Number 3 is the agenda. You have an agenda in front of you. Is there any changes to the agenda? Councillor Chambers?
Could I ask a clarification through you, perhaps to the clerk, or perhaps you can answer it yourself? And that is this. After the delegation regarding the noise exemption permit, if council wants to revisit the decision at the previous council meeting, is a motion to reconsider required?
No. No, I believe it's not required, but there will be a vote right after he speaks.
And why would that not be required?
Because I believe what's in front of us is different from the one that we turned down.
And then that would be a follow-up question. So this is deemed to be a new application?
Yes.
Which begs the question, if it's a new application, does a public hearing have to be held pursuant to the bylaw?
I'll check with the clerk. Adam, where's Adam? There he is.
Through your worship, trying to sort of cobble through this process. So the bylaw, and I see where Councillor Chambers is going at. I recall the previous bylaw had a public hearing component of it. The bylaw was revised in 2022, and the majority of the applications since then have been run through the Section 7, which is more of a delegated process through the clerk. This is actually through Section 6 of the new bylaw, which doesn't have a public hearing component of it.
Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, I'm just want to make sure the procedure is correct, because if a reconsideration is required, then there's a voting requirement. And if it's deemed to be a new application, then as long as I understand that a public hearing is not required, as it's usually required for these types of permits, because the circumstances are proposed to be changed, then I would think that a public hearing would be in order for people to express either support or concern about the changes. And why I'm asking the question is, if public hearing is required, then proper notice of the public hearing is required, which takes us into a couple meetings hence. And it's my understanding that the application, there's a time constraint that it needs to be done. So I was thinking that if there was a requirement for a public hearing, it would be advantageous to just go through a reconsideration and revisit the old the resolution that we denied.
Adam?
Through your worship. So just to answer straight, there is no provision in the bylaw for a public hearing to be held with regard to a noise bylaw application anymore. Section 7, which is again the process that was followed previously, has a provision for an advertisement to be placed in the newspaper in order to solicit comments, and that was the process that was previously held. This process through Section 6, there are certain exemptions. There's section 6 is entitled exception of certain activities, of which a music festival is one. And there's a process now whereby which, if you qualify for certain activities, you can make either a direct appeal to council in this case and receive the written approval of council in order to receive a noise exemption. So a little bit different process from previous years.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to question or add or take away from the agenda as it stands? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Miller, you're going to do the approval of the agenda?
Yep, moved by myself, second by Councillor Chambers, that the County Brant Council agenda and addendum of January 13th, 2026 be approved, and that Section 40 of the County of Brant procedural bylaw be suspended to allow for the consideration of matters not under the Planning Act, namely the following items. Item 10.1, Tim Eilert Noisemaker presents Paris Drinks Fest Noise Exemption Permit. Item 13.1, Public Communications for Paris Drinks Fest. Item 16.1, new Central Library site selection. Item 17.1, Bylaw 1-26, and item 7.2, Bylaw number 2-26.
Everyone's clear? All those in favor of the agenda the way it stands? Opposed? Carried, thank you. A declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anyone see any that are obvious? If you fall into one, please let me be the first to know. Delegations, we only have one, and that's Tim, if you want to come up. And you'll have 10 minutes. Do you think you'll be longer than 10 minutes? We can ask council to give you more time.
10 minutes should be fine.
All right, if you could just give us your full name and your address, please.
My name is Tim Desley. My address is 287. Tim Desley, 287 Bay Street South, Hamilton, Ontario, L8P 3J5.
Thank you.
Great. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Thank you for allowing me to once again address council to discuss the opportunities to work together and to keep Paris Drinks Fest in Paris. I'll be discussing the compromises that Councillor Howes and I agreed to begin discussions on December 20th, and to show the community that council is willing to work to support cultural experiences in the County of Brant. Events that I'm sure now are understood by the majority of residents who are desperate to see more of those kind of events exist and develop in the county. I wanted to first start by identifying a few people who have been integral to the support of Paris Drinks Fest, especially in the last month. Following council's decision to deny our noise exemption permit at the December 16 council meeting, we've been absolutely overwhelmed by support for Paris Drinks Fest from residents, past attendees, tourists, media, and industry from across Canada. This event was created in 2018 to support and celebrate community. And hearing from so many people over the last month has definitely reminded us why we spend our lives doing this, why we spend our time doing this, and why we spend our careers working on events like this for communities like this. I don't think any of us actually really fully understood the appetite for events in Brant until about a month ago. And I've really enjoyed watching countless communications come in to myself, to all of us here tonight, in support of Paris Drinks Fest in the last month. I know this is an important time for council, and I can appreciate that there is an eagerness to show that you represent the best interests of your communities. A massive thank you to Moira Kenyon, who started a petition in December calling for council to reverse the decision about our noise exemption permit. That petition, as of today, currently has over 1,900 signatures on it from residents of the County of Brant, tourists, and former residents like ourselves who used to live here and still support this community. So thank you so much, Moira. It's incredible to see how many people have supported this. I also want to thank everyone who took time out of their lives to email their respective councillors and the mayor directly to explain why events like Paris Drinks Fest are important to them, why the opportunity to enjoy cultural experiences in their community are important. And regardless of what the fate is decided for the future of Paris Drinks Fest here tonight, I do hope that this process can act as a catalyst to allow more organizations to bring events and experiences and opportunities into this incredible county. Following the December meeting, we've heard from many cities and municipalities who would welcome a rebranded version of insert city name, Drinks Fest, into their community. Communities are desperate over the last few years to have more access to events, and we've been grateful for their warm welcomes. For the time being, we are determined to keep Paris Drinks Fest in Paris, however, which is why we're here tonight. I respect the opinions of those who have complained about Paris Drinks Fest, and we are determined to work together to reduce any inconvenience from this event. I made my contact details available as much as I can. It's on our website. It's tim@noisemaker.ca, and I do invite anybody with a complaint or an idea or a concern to please reach out so we can begin some of these conversations that have only existed through email and social media. I also definitely want to thank Councillor Kyle, Councillor McAlpine, and especially Councillor Oakley, who have been incredible supporters of Paris Drinks Fest for years, and through this last process, beginning, we can say, in October. Councillor House, thank you. You reached out to engage in productive and positive negotiations in December, just after that vote, and that is definitely the catalyst that has brought us here tonight. The decisions of Council in December have definitely become a local and a domestic concern, questioning the support of cultural events in the County of Brant. Through the Paris Drinks Fest over the years and the Paris Concert Series, which we run, which was formerly called the DT Concert Series until this summer, we have presented events in Paris since 2017. We've worked hard to develop the County of Brant as a cultural destination for world-class artists and music fans from around the world. We've presented over 100 concerts here and are thrilled to continue to present these to residents, tourists alike, who come to Paris to enjoy cultural experiences. Those 100 concerts have definitely contributed greatly to a positive economic impact for the community and for local businesses over the past 9 years. After a long year with the Big Dig, COVID before that, we really hope that Paris Drinks Fest will be welcomed back to this community to continue to support the local businesses who have suffered. I also want to thank Penny Lane, who is the chair of the Downtown BIA. She sent a statement on behalf of members and the BIA this afternoon showing their support for Paris Drinks Fest and how important it is to local businesses for events like this to be able to exist here. The Canadian Live Music Association are a national service organization who represent the live music sector. They submitted a letter yesterday and issued it across their socials, across their membership, which is a representation of event organizers across Canada. I fear that through this process, the message that we presented to the public, to media, and to numerous other industries is that cultural experiences are not valued in the County of Brant. Cultural events are not welcome. See, you can't help but notice good music when it comes on. That's all we're trying to do here. The message has become that cultural experiences are not valued in the County of Brant. Cultural events are not welcome or supported in the County of Brant. And I'm happy that I again have the opportunity to be here tonight to correct that message. I'm here to show my commitment to finding solutions. That's the whole thing that we've been trying to do over the last few months, is just find solutions to save this event and be allowed to present it here. I want to avoid issuing a statement that says we weren't able to do that. And I think there's a lot of people that are paying very close attention to this conversation, to this vote, who also want to see the same things. As I discussed with Councillor Howes, and I know he relayed to Council on December 20th, as I've stated in social media posts, as I sent to Council on January 11, we have presented a list of compromises to help support residents with concerns and also show the community that there are opportunities for success when we collaborate rather than complain. I will review all those compromises here for clarity, and I've not received information on whether these are acceptable from Council yet, but if not, I would love to have had the opportunity to discuss them in advance of this meeting in front of everybody tonight. The idea for a better or more suitable location for the event, while I know it's been desirable to some councillors recently, has unfortunately just proven elusive after searching for a new location for what has become now 2 years. After Lions Park flooded in 2023, flooded again in 2024, we spent summers and most of the year looking at any park that we thought could hold this event and be safe, accessible, and provide the standard that we've had in previous events. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find anything. As far as I know, there are no suggestions from county staff or council for other opportunities, and Silapse remains our venue of choice for 2026 for a number of reasons. Performance times and the duration of live music, I know, are a concern, and we're willing to adjust those to reduce the amount of amplified sound that comes during the event. In previous years, amplified music has ended at 11 p.m. on both Friday and Saturday evenings. In conversations with Councillor Howes, I'm happy to agree to having amplified music end at 10:45 on Friday, August 14, 10:30 p.m. on Saturday, August 15. And I know this might not seem like a large adjustment to some, but moving our event and end times earlier than the industry standard at other local events, it creates an issue of value of what we're offering to attendees. It reduces the impact on the businesses who are vendors at the event and serving food and drinks. It requires us to take paid performance opportunities away from Canadian artists, which goes against everything I've done in my career for the past 15 years. So I'm willing to change these times, but I do want to express how, although a short change, it makes a massive impact to a lot of people involved and to many industries and people who rely on these kind of events to support themselves. I also want to address concerns reflected in letters to council that Paris Drinks Fest is now a 4-day live music event based on people seeing our revised noise exemption permit. Paris Drinks Fest will be held on Friday, August 14 and Saturday, August 15, 2026. We've always included a setup day on the Thursday in our noise exemption permit and a tear down day on the Sunday. We erect the stage and production on Thursday, and occasionally we do need to test speakers and equipment that day. The stage and all the sound equipment are actually removed from the festival event after we close the gates on Saturday evening. So there's physically nothing left on site to actually amplify music on the Sunday. We include these days in our noise exemption permit just in the off chance something comes up. There's excess noise from anything, including vehicles and machines removing the supplies on site, just to provide more notification to the community. On this past Friday, we had a meeting at our production supplier's facility. They've provided production for us every year since we started this event. So they provide the rental staging, sound consoles, PA speakers for all the amplified music at Paris Drinks Fest. We reviewed the adjustments that they're looking into for our rental package, and I'm happy that we found some solutions by going through a Amazon-sized warehouse of all their gear. But we do have some solutions. Is that 10 minutes?
That's 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's okay. Continue.
Okay.
Councillor Pierce is going to give you
Mayor,
more
move
time.
to continue.
Looking for a seconder. Councillor Howes is going to second that. All those in favor? A little bit more time for Tim.
Thank you very much. I'll make it quick. We visited them to look into the production specifications that I know of have spoken about here in the past meetings, but did want to provide updates as noise exemption is the vote and the conversation we're having tonight. Our rental company is going to provide us with less powerful PA speakers, which are not capable of projecting sound as far as they have in the past years. So these are smaller box units. I've spoken about them here, but they're smaller box units that even if you turn them up all the way, you just can't send the noise as far as what we have in the past. Imagine it's like putting your phone in a bowl or compare it to a huge guitar amp. This one just can't make enough sound as this one. In the past, we've used something much closer to the minimal side because of the event site and the attendance, but this year we're reducing that, which still provides a high quality experience for everybody on site, but it won't project sound as far as we have in recent years. This also allows the sound to dissipate quicker before it reaches the perimeter, especially at 80 Willow Street, while maintaining sound levels at the point of origination, which is the stage, similar to the past events and within the requirements of Brant's noise exemption guidelines. All the speakers that are positioned on the stage you can change the direction of them. We found that if we're aiming more speakers down towards the ground, the sound doesn't project and bounce off, but it ends there. So we're going to position things a little bit different, so we're not actually pointing music over people's head, which is traditionally what happens at outdoor music events. You want it to go to the back of the field so that person has the same experience as the front. We're going to point everything to the front, so it's not going to travel as far. They don't have enough power to project as far. An event to keep it very contained to a small location. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor the sound levels from both the point of origination and the perimeter throughout the event at all times as we have in the past. All noise levels at previous events have been within our County of Brant noise exemption permit guidelines, and we've never once violated or operated outside of those terms. We worked closely with county staff last summer to monitor those requirements. We kept volume levels below a mutually agreed upon industry standard. We follow those those requirements diligently because we understand it's important to everybody on site as well as the people that decide not to come. I've done everything in the County of Brant's guidelines and followed all the requirements under these guidelines so far, and of course, will continue to do so this year. Quickly to summarize, I know we're over time already. We are looking into more options to move the stage, and that'll allow us easily just to direct and redirect where the stage actually points. I know there's been a couple questions and suggestions from council about that. To understand why it's not as easy as just saying, we're gonna put the stage in the parking lot, it requires things like Brant Fire signing off on that plan. We need 62 feet of openings along the main entrance to the event. If we put the stage on the east side of the property, pointing west, away from neighbors, emergency vehicles cannot come in. Despite the belief that, from some, that the only thing to do at this event is consume alcohol, the reality is that most people at this event are actually there for live music. Because of that, we noticed from about 8 p.m. onto the end of the event, the most people are out in front of the stage. If we're gonna put that stage on the east end of the property, that's gonna create real concerns and potential issues for people trying to leave, safety vehicles coming in, anybody with accessibility issues, and we want to avoid having any kind of bottleneck in case people do have to leave quickly. So I don't have a final solution on where the stage is going, but we are looking at every option in every corner of that field to do so. We're developing strategies to reduce the impact of noise as much as we can, and I do want everybody to understand that. And again, contact me if there's ideas or concerns, anything else that we can be doing. Well, tonight's conversation is intended to focus on our noise exemption permit and that vote. I do want people to reach out and speak with us following this, the meeting this evening. I know this is an ongoing relationship, and we want to continue to work alongside the County of Brant and staff to find solutions to reduce any inconveniences that could possibly be made. Our need to move forward does require a vote tonight. We are very behind in the planning process because without permits, we cannot enter into conversations with artists and suppliers and pay deposits. So to close, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss all of these compromises. I sincerely hope we can find a solution that will allow us to continue to work together to keep Paris Drinks Fest in Paris and to avoid any further disappointment from those who do want this event and others like it to be able to operate here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. What does council want to do? Questions? We have questions for Tim. Councillor Bell, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tim, questions you'll probably know what I'm going to ask. So first one really is, what's the acceptable level of noise for people who are not participating in your concert, but who have to endure it for 6 to 7 hours?
According to the County of Brant noise guidelines, there is not a limit.
Yeah.
I'm happy to work with one. I'm happy to find one. I know there's many municipalities who have different maximum volume levels. I know you mentioned Kitchener, which is an outlier as far as the industry goes. Other local events are operating at 100 decibels, 110 decibels. Others operate within 90 to 10. Last year, we kept it on purpose under 100 decibels at the point of origination, which dissipated at perimeter and, again, followed all requirements of our guidelines.
So I'll come back to that if I may. What was the level at the perimeter of the event last year?
From the measurements that we took with the origination being between 90 and 100 at any one time during the event, with dissipation, our sound team that we use who are third-party suppliers, and we hired their technicians for the weekend, we are getting anywhere within 65 to 75 throughout the event.
At the perimeter?
At the perimeter.
So setting it at 65 would not be unduly difficult for you?
At the perimeter,
Yeah, at the perimeter.
yes.
So you'd
At
be
the perimeter of 80 Willow.
You'd be willing to accept 65 decibels at the perimeter?
At the perimeter of 80 Willow, yes. Which is where I believe most of the complaints have come from. I know the neighbors who live directly beside where the stage has currently been located, they sent emails today saying they have no issue with the levels. They actually enjoy it. They like being able to see the stage. They can listen to it. I know they throw parties in their backyard and come out. That perimeter is not an issue. As far as I'm aware, 80 Willow is what we were talking about.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick to questions, Mr. Mayor, because I've got some comments at the end, if I may. But But I think I heard you, and do correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. If you were willing to accept 65 decibels at the perimeter, and you were able to consistently verify it and control the, if you like, the big volume switch somewhere else, I think that would address an awful lot of the concerns. Am I hearing you would be willing to do that?
Well, and like I said, last year we were within 65 to 75 decibels. That does change depending on things like wind, precipitation, number of people, the new production specs. So I can't guarantee what that dissipation is based on natural occurrences. But what we can do is work with County of Brant to identify what needs to be outlined in a noise exemption. Because as of now, there is no level. So if we're granting a noise exemption permit tonight, that should be written into permit guidelines moving forward. As of now, we're following exactly what is required of us in our noise exemption permit.
I mean, you're quite right. I mean, there is no set limit in our current noise bylaw, but the noise bylaw does allow us to set conditions of approval. So if you were willing to accept as a condition of approval that the noise at the perimeter was 65 dBA, I think an awful lot of this issue goes away.
Well, like I said, 65 dBA is a bit of an outlier in other industry events. As I've said, we were between 65 and 75 decibels last year. There are things completely out of our control that affect where it is at the perimeter, but I'm more than happy to work with County of Brant to identify those guidelines as we discuss the noise exemption bylaw further.
Yeah. So just to the point about other municipalities, Kitchener, as you said, they set the level at 65. Others are up at 85. And I think it's worthwhile understanding, because not many people will know this, but if you go from 65 to 75, the intensity of the sound goes up by a factor of 10. If you go from 65 to 85, it goes up by a factor of 100. It's the decibel system, that's the way it works. So having 65 or 75 is quite important. There's a tenfold difference. So I think you came here looking for compromise. I think I'd be interested to understand what level you would say would be an acceptable compromise to you. But I think it needs to be different from last year, because we got complaints from last year. The people that wrote in, and my colleagues will have seen some of those repeated in our package tonight, some people found that, whatever that level was, intolerable. Other people said the china was rattling on the table. So there's some sweet spot, which may not be 75, may not be 65, but that's the negotiating space I think that we could offer. And I think it would be better if it came from you than if it came from us. But I think to go with it, I was going to ask you the question, is it technically feasible to continuously monitor the noise level at the perimeter and through the magic of live streaming, share that ongoing current noise level with the community so they could have real confidence that you're actually controlling to the level that you've agreed to in whatever the ultimate approval is?
As far as I'm aware, there's not a live stream device dedicated to projecting one locked off sound level. What we do is we monitor it from the front of house console, which is the main volume switch, as you call it, and that is the level that we can control. So if we're talking about the levels that we're agreeing to, the one that I have full control of is point of origination.
Yeah,
I don't fully control noise at perimeter because of what I've mentioned earlier. So I won't debate something I can't control and agree to. I will say that I'm happy to work with a level at point of origination, which through the production company that we hire, they understand the parameters, but there are natural effects on sound that I can't monitor. And I'm not going to say if it's a windy day, there's a level 1 decibel higher that our event gets shut down. It's not something I control. What I can control is point of origination. And I think that is what we're debating here today.
Yeah, if I may, just to, and I'll stop my questioning after that. The example I would use is Brian Coleman and I watching television one day, and I turn the sound up, and Brian says, turn it down. It's just a matter in principle of turning the sound down. I walk to the kitchen to get a beer, Brian's watching this, I say, turn it up, Brian, because I want to hear it. So you turn it up. Am I being so simplistic that if at the perimeter of the concert, somebody's telling you it's 65, okay, it goes up to 75, the message goes to your console, turn it down, and vice versa. Isn't it that simple?
It is. But
So-
I can't control the level at the perimeter. I don't
Correct.
have sound consoles there. I have measurement tools there, but there isn't a volume switch on a fence that I can turn down. It's affected by the level of point of origination, and that's where we can control it from.
That I fully understand. What I'm suggesting is that we have a monitor on the perimeter who's checking the volume. If the volume goes up beyond the limit we agree, the message goes to your soundboard, turn it down till it comes back. I think it's as simple as that, Tim.
Yeah, if somebody from bylaw wants to be there to measure it, I can definitely, I would definitely be interested in having conversations about what that agreed upon level is.
Yep.
As we do more research from other communities and what they allow.
So I think, just to conclude, my question is, what is that level that we can agree on? And I can make suggestions, and I can give you the range of what other municipalities are doing. I'd be comfortable landing in the middle of that range. Right now, the number you mentioned is at the high end of the range, and that has caused problems. So I think logically, you would want to bring that level down to a lower level.
But logically, if I'm putting on a music event and I have to keep the volume so low that somebody standing this far from the stage can't hear properly what's happening on stage, that's an incredible compromise on my behalf, and it's taking value away from what this event is.
I think you're being extreme there, Tim. The decibels dissipate at a range or at a rate of 6 decibels per something like 30 meters. So if your soundboard is 30 meters away from the stage, I think you're going to find you can still hear it, they can still hear it.
And as a point of reference, around 65 decibels is about as loud as a lawnmower from a block away. It's about an average conversation. So nothing too loud, nothing too crazy that we would want to subject people to. But I think if we're trying to debate certain things, it has to be the thing that we can control, not the thing that you're asking if technology is available for.
Councillor Chambers is next, and then we'll go to Councillor House.
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to indicate to Tim before he was excused, before we start debating, I just wanted to reiterate that I hope the questions that I asked at the start of the meeting weren't interpreted as negative toward your event.
Not at all.
And I would also like, again, to apologize. I was not here due to illness at the original when the vote was taken, so I'm not going to apologize for being ill, but just to indicate to you again that I was ill that evening and I could not take part in the discussion.
That's not a problem. And through Adam, I actually need a direction on how this process would work as well, because that was my first question. In the way we've done this process in the past, we post a notification in a print outlet within the County of Brant. We've used Paris Independent for years. If we're trying to do this over the Christmas holidays, over the holiday break, we don't have time to keep delaying these processes. As I mentioned, I'm already so behind in what should have been done up until this point. That was my concern as well. So through exemption 6, I believe it's called, I was able to explain how this could work, and I appreciate you to outline that for council as well.
And just to conclude, I think the last thing you'd want is for your event to have some kind of a delay due to procedural wrangling or whatever, so good luck.
Thank you.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a real learning exercise over the last month. And one of the lessons I learned was to never underestimate how much Paris likes a good party. But that said, and I will, when the time is right, I have a resolution that I hope will get us to the point where we can debate things. But in the meantime, I have a specific question for you. And you and I had a solid hour-long meeting on the Saturday before Christmas, and we talked about a lot of details. I walked away with a confidence that you were going to use sound engineering techniques to try to make the noise part of Noisemaker more palatable to the neighbors.
Correct.
And my question now, though, is one of the other things that has come up, and I think we touched on it on that Saturday, but can you talk a little bit, based on your experience, on crowd management after the event?
And how that relates to a noise exemption permit?
No, just because I'm taking advantage of the fact that you're on the hot seat right now, and because it is a question within the community about the event. Can you just talk a little bit about tactics and suggestions and ideas that you might have to just manage the exit of the crowd after they've had a good time?
Sure. I'm happy to discuss that and speak through it, as long as this is going to have zero impact on what we're actually supposed to be talking about tonight, which is a noise exemption permit. So egress and noise are very different things, but I'm happy to discuss it. What we've done in the past since we moved to Celapse 2 years ago, our main entry is actually through the community center itself. We're able to have EMS there, security, our staff there checking bags, checking IDs, and issuing identification for people to come in. At the end of the night, we close that center except for anybody that could need it with EMS. Luckily, we have never had to deal with that at the end of the night with people leaving. So we open the gates off to Elm Street so people can exit there. In 2024, we were required to hire paid off-duty OPP officers as part of our seat application. We sent that submission into the OPP local office. They did not have enough officers to fill those positions, so we hired more security. In 2025, we were again asked to hire paid off-duty OPP officers, which we did. In speaking with them, they asked where the optimal position to be located would be. Where do we see the majority of people at the event? Where can they provide assistance? And at any event, not just ours, but any event, it's everybody leaving at one time. So we have a few concerns that we try and deal with as people are leaving. The first is no alcohol leaves our property at all. We provide cups with our logo on it to every attendee that comes in. Vendors know they can only pour drinks into that cup. It's the only thing that means you've actually come through security, you have a wristband, and you bought tokens to have a drink. So at the end of the night, our staff, our third-party paid security, and OPP officers stand at the gates, and as people file out, we instruct them to turn their cups upside down. Anybody that's not holding a cup upside down is not able to exit. So we know there is zero alcohol that is leaving our event site during Paris Drinks Fest. I know there were some complaints that people were drinking in public following the event. If they were, they didn't come from our event. It could have come from anywhere else in town. They could be local, but local OPP officers are the ones checking those cups are empty when they leave. We position the majority of security when we first end the event at the gates, as well as our staff. They're the ones that are helping people either with wayfinding, where do I get picked up, where's Uber's coming to, where do we go, and ensuring that people are not mingling. I know there was a couple complaints that people were. I know there's people smoking cigarettes, there's people smoking marijuana, both very legal substances. I can understand finding a butt on your lawn isn't what people want from it, but we do have security and OPP officers helping everybody leave the location. There were other messages that came in that said, I live there, I got home from work. I was hoping that the event would still be on to hear some music, but it was after 11 and it was gone. You couldn't tell that anything had happened there. There was nobody on the street. Everybody had left. So I think what we're doing is we're comparing personal experiences by people in the area. They might be seeing something that they don't want to see. They might not want the event there in the first place, and it's easy to be frustrated with something. What we've done in the past when we moved to Celapse, because in 2024, you'll remember it happened so quickly when Lions Park flooded, we wanted everybody in the area to know, this is why we're moving, this is what we're doing, this is what the event is. We really hope you'll come and be a part of this. If you don't have tickets, send us an email and we'll send you much more information about it. And if you have concerns, please call us. So we did hear from a few people who had concerns before the event started. Andrea Graham was a great example of it. Her family lives just at the corner by the river where there is normally an access point to the path. She reached out and said, listen, we are concerned people might try and come in this way. They might walk through our backyard. Our kids might be out there. What can we do? So we put up fencing. The first night she said, listen, somebody still came through and it kind of spooked us. Can you do anything? Yep. We put up more fencing. We posted a security guard there for the entire day. That guard stood there for 6 hours monitoring that trail back and forth. So if the neighbors are complaining that there's concerns, we're more than happy to help and assign staff and assign resources to ensure that everybody's completely comfortable with what's happening. The letters that we gave out to every resident within the area around Sil Apps, it outlined what the event is, what the hours are, information, here's our website, and most importantly, here's a phone number that anybody can call at any time during the event, and that includes when we start setting up on the Thursday to when we're done and everything is out of the park. Here's a phone number that rings to myself, to my wife Michelle, to Logan, to our other lead event staff who are on site. There's at least 4, and most times during the actual event itself, 5 people who that phone number will ring to their phone. Every single person in the community had that phone number, said if you see something you don't like, if it's loud, if you're scared, if there's somebody in your front lawn, whatever it is that you're concerned about, please call and we will post security and staff and call bylaw to come and help you out. And we received 0 phone calls during the event for the last 2 years. So we've reached out to the community and we want to hear from them. But when we get complaints from people saying that there's people standing on my front lawn and there's cigarette butts, and that email comes in on a Wednesday, 5 days after the event, it's really hard for us to do anything about it. I'm more than happy to, but from staff, third-party security, and OPP officers that were standing at that intersection where we received complaints from, and their job is to help dissipate a crowd, there was nothing to dissipate. So our focus is allowing people to get out safely into the community while not interrupting anybody that they can. Most people are local, they're walking home. We encourage people to ride a bike, car share, take transit, Uber, do whatever you can to avoid driving. Parking's an issue, no matter what the event is in Paris. Please help do your part. And if you're gonna have fun at the event, think about staying locally. So I know there are things that people haven't liked seeing in the past. We unfortunately, I don't know what we could have done better this year to help with those people. And again, if people are gonna wait 4 days, 5 days to ask for help, it's difficult for us to do that. But at any time through the event, that's why we're here. Like you and I talked about, like we posted on socials, we've responded, like this really, I think, Steve, this might actually been your comment. It only works for everybody if it works for everybody. And it can't just work for me, and it can't just work for the people that are buying a ticket and coming to the event. It has to work to the person living next door as well. And I'm here to try and figure out how to do that. I mean, my company exists to try and present events like this. My career is based on trying to work with people in an event and provide experiences like this. So if I can do anything and help anybody with these concerns, if it means the event will continue and we can keep the festival in Paris, I am more than happy to do so. But I just need people to contact me so I can understand those concerns.
Any other questions, concerns? Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Tim. Comments, if I could?
Absolutely.
Okay, so first of all, Tim, I want to go to something that you had said and something that's all over social media. Council's against this event. That is not correct. I think everybody around this table is in favor of the event for what it brings to town. So I'm sure I can speak for everybody around this table when we say that. My own personal opinion, as I've stated a number of times, I don't feel that Sil Apps is the appropriate place for something like this. And I say that in twofold. Because if we look at what you had at Lions Park, and then you look at what you had at Sil Apps, I believe there was a few more people at Sil Apps, and I think this event can go way bigger than what it is right now. But not at that location, not at the Lions Park location. And I know I've talked about different locations before. It's unfortunate with the fairgrounds, from what my understanding is it's not going to be able to work there from information we've found recently, which is too bad because that would be the ultimate place for it. You could pack the place, which would be fantastic, right? So again, I think with other places, we've talked about Green Lane on the sports fields. Two reasons for that. We don't want to have it on the sports field. There could be, not intentional, but there could be damage to the sports field, which is going to take time away from the fields and potentially costs to fix it. I had kind of thrown around and it's not gonna be for this year, but an opportunity to potentially do it in the parking lot at Green Lane. Again, more people could go there. I'm just throwing out ideas right now, right? That there are other potential possibilities around that I think we just need to take some time and look for them, right? So again, I think it's one of those things, and you alluded to it, and to what Councillor House says, in order for it to work for everybody, it has to work for everybody. And I think that's what we as council are trying to do here, is to make it work for everybody. And that's twofold. That's for people attending it, that's for people walking down the road listening to it, that's for people living there, and that's for you as the event organizer. Obviously, and you can't begrudge any of that. You run a business, you wanna make this thing the biggest, the best that it can be, and it's a profitable business. That's not an issue at all. So again, it's not the fact that council is against this. That is far from the truth. What we want to make sure is it's in the appropriate spot for everybody, and that's you as well, so this thing can expand. And I think that's what you would like it to do. I think that's what many more people would like it to do. So again, I think, and with you coming tonight and some of the emails that we received from you, willing to compromise and do that sort of thing with the sound and that, even if you were to, if we talk about the stage, not necessarily, like right now the stage is pointing, it's on the west side pointing east, not necessarily to bring it right around to the east side and point it west. What if it was just shifted, like so the back of the stage is against the building? Because that would be heading, I don't know if it's possible, but again, if you're willing to look at these opportunities, I think that's a win-win for everybody on that. So I think there's definitely ways that we can make this work. But again, I just want to reiterate that nobody is against the event on its own for a multitude of reasons. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, I just have something to say before Councillor House reads his novel there that I see sitting in front of him that scares me when I see novels in front of Councillor House. But I appreciate your honesty. Thank you for coming and telling us the way it is, or the way you see it anyway. Being someone who lives where I live for 26 years and has Applefest coming out my front door, I understand noise and 3,000 people a day and 3,000 people a weekend, and I understand that some people like it, some people don't like it. If I'm not in the mood for it, I go away that weekend. But I also chair it because it's a great event and it's good for the county and it's good for St. George. And if I didn't like all of that, I shouldn't have bought that house. But I do appreciate your honesty. Living across from 3 bars, I get beer bottles and beer cans all day long. I get last call over my fence. And that's just life. That's what happens. But you don't move and you don't start yelling and screaming and doing things like that. We do have to listen to everybody. And, we had 6 people before we had 1,900 people. We had 6 people we were trying to make happy. And now we have 1,900 people that don't think we should have maybe listened to the first 6 people quite as clearly. But we have to listen to everybody. But we understand. And Councillor Pierce said too, I was offended when I heard people calling me things and telling me that I didn't support culture and activities and what Paris has become and what it's going to become. I took offense to that someone said, well, the mayor didn't vote for it and the mayor didn't do that. Well, the mayor was listening to other people at the time, and the mayor's heard a lot of things since you were here last. And you know what? You have to take something good out of everything, and this has been a real learning experience. A lot of people in Paris didn't realize the fairgrounds weren't owned by the county. That got cleared up. A lot of people learned a lot of things, and I don't mean us, we knew that, but the people that are involved and that want this to happen. We've all learned a lot, and, but I was kind of offended to get, you know, painted with the wrong brush, because it's just not me, and anyone who knows me knows that I would be offended by that. I mean, the mayor's gala and then the money from the mayor's events were put into a group of cultural events downtown Paris. I didn't have my things that were coming with the office that other cities have. Hamilton, Brantford, Kitchener have a mayor's gala, and I didn't want that. I thought that was reserved for 200 rich people with $300 a ticket. I wanted everyone to be able to come to Culture Days, and I mean, I gave up what I had coming to me for the benefit and the good of the people that could come to things. So when I heard that I wasn't into all this and I wasn't supporting culture and all of this, I really was offended. No, I wasn't offended. I was saddened. So a lot of information has come to us since the last time you were here. And I think we've all been, you know, we've all heard social media. Yeah, you know what? That's all I have to say. Now we'll go to Councillor House for his little House novel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we have learned a lot. And even as recently as late this afternoon, we got a lot of information from the Paris BIA, which was significant. But, you know, that's important information. The mayor's not wrong. This is long, so get comfortable. I will read through it fairly quickly, but I hope it summarizes with enough detail to cover the complexity of what is a complicated issue. So, whereas Noisemaker Presents, Inc., the event organizer for Paris Drinks Fest, submitted an application for an exemption from the County of Brant Noise Control Bylaw on December 2nd, 2025, and whereas during the process to consider the exemption as outlined in Section 7 of the bylaw, the county received concerns from residents regarding issues with noise and other public nuisance issues associated with granting the exemption request. And whereas, in accordance with the process outlined in Section 7 of the bylaw, as a result of the concerns, the clerk referred to the exemption application for council's consideration, which following a defeated resolution to grant the exemption, the application under Section 7 of the bylaw was subsequently denied. And whereas, following the denial of the previous application, the event organizer has refined the period of time requiring an exemption from the bylaw and submitted a further request for an exemption under the bylaw to facilitate a compromise to permit the event to occur. And whereas council has retained the authority under Section 6 of the bylaw to approve exemptions under the bylaw, and whereas in accordance with Schedule D, exemption of certain activities, subsection 4 of the bylaw, an exemption can be issued to any musical, entertainment, festival, or other event or performance in a municipal park, on a municipal road, or any other place, provided the specific written permission of council has been obtained through a direct request to council. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that the request from Noisemaker Presents, Inc. for an exemption from the bylaw for the following periods of time related to the 2026 edition of Paris Drinks Fest at Two Rivers Stadium, 4 Elm Street, be approved. August 13th, 2026 from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., August 14th, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 10:45 p.m., August 15th, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., and August 16th, 2026 from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., understanding that the performances will only be on the Friday and the Saturday.
That's correct.
And that the following terms and conditions be applied to the approval of the exemption. That the volume of the music be turned down and remain down to a level deemed appropriate by authorized staff should any complaints be received from staff of the County of Brant or the Ontario Provincial Police related to any amplified sound or sound-producing instrument. Authorized staff for the purpose of this approval is defined as an employee of the County of Brant or the Ontario Provincial Police. Number 2, that the applicant takes measures to minimize any unnecessary noise, including but not limited to directing speakers away from residential properties where possible, monitoring the volume and bass to a level at the point of the nearest residential properties.
Seeking a seconder so we can talk about it. Councillor Calpine. Comments to Councillor Howes. Councillor Bell, you're going to go first.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Steve. I'm glad you went through all of that. I think it's important that we remember that we have an established community engagement process. And in this case, we invited comments from our residents on the noise bylaw exemption request, and we got those comments. We have a job as council to maintain the integrity of that process. We can't simply just ignore them, even if a large vocal majority, 1,900 or whatever the number is, would happily have us ignore it. We can't. We have an obligation to follow through. And this is not a personal issue for me, even though, Tim, you've kind of labelled it as a personal issue for me. But I do believe we have a duty of care as councillors to our residents, particularly those that are directly and involuntarily impacted by this event. These folks, they're not complainers. They're not whiners. They're not Karens, as they've been described in social media. They're just residents who want peace and quiet. Unlike the 1,900 people that are on the other side of the argument, they don't want to go to this concert. They actually probably don't want the concert at all. But they do live there. And there's an essential difference between 1,900 people that don't live there and the 6 people that do live there that have the problem. So I put my weight on the back of local residents, even though they're not in my ward, they're actually in Steve and Lucas's ward, above the understandable enthusiasm of festival goers. And when I posted my reasoning for giving a rejection last time round, I asked the readers, whoever they might be, if there are any, what would you do if you were in their place? If somebody put a concert right next to your door to your house, or something similar, would you suck it up? Would you go away for the weekend, like the mayor was saying? Or would you seek changes? And what they're doing is trying to seek changes. And the changes they want are to the duration and the volume of the noise. And that really is the core of what we need to get at. So the difference between what you brought forward in December, Tim, and what you brought forward now, at least headline, is there's 15 minutes less one night, 30 minutes less another. I'm looking for something concrete in regard of the reduction in volume. And so we had a little conversation earlier about setting a level at the perimeter of the event. And that is the simplest, and I'm an engineer, so I look for simple solutions. This is an engineering solution. Set the limit at the perimeter of the event, and whatever control, wherever that control takes place, is such that that level is not exceeded. That's what I'm looking for. And I know there are some practical things about why you may not be able to point the stage exactly where you want to point it to, but there's nothing to stop us monitoring at the perimeter, nothing to stop that information going back to your sound desk, nothing to stop them turning the volume down. So I think if, as I read in the Hamilton Spectator just the other day, you're keen to find a compromise, the 2% reduction in the time that you're asking for in this noise exemption bylaw is partly the answer. But the other answer has to be you somehow control the volume to a level that is acceptable. I've done my research, you've done your research. The range is anywhere from 65 decibels to 85 decibels at the boundary. 85 decibels, for anybody that doesn't know, it's a bit like a train going past about 10 or 15 feet away from you. Can you imagine that for 6 or 7 hours? Because that's what it means if it's 85 decibels. 65 might be a little bit on the light side. I'm okay with that. But I think the way in which we cement this and can give approval that we can have confidence in, and we can go back to the neighbours and say, you know, we've made some improvements here, would be to set a level which is not 85, but something less. And I know this is not about noise, sorry, this is only about noise. There are a number of things, as Steve mentioned, that our residents have concerns about. They're not relevant to tonight's discussion, but I hope you'll take them on board and that you'll deal with them. So at the end of this, I've got an amendment that I would make to Steve's novel of a motion, and it really centres around setting that limit. And when the right time comes, Mr. Mayor, I'll bring that forward.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support Councillor Howe's motion. I don't believe I'll be supporting the amendment, but I'll talk to that when it gets to that. Again, we've spoken lots on this topic over the past couple months, so I'm not going to retread past ground. Certainly, I didn't really expect the sort of community interest to this extent when I had made my post back just before the holidays, highlighting my own vote and what the result of the vote was. But I think my priorities here and why I'm going to support, why I supported the noise exemption permit the first time and why I'll support it again this evening. You know, over the past couple of years, you know, I've lived in Paris a while. You know, we've had more and more music and cultural events happening. We've had downtown block party just this past summer. I attended a comedy show in a bike shop, which was super cool. And, you know, there's music down at the Legion, which we had a couple years back, some issues with their noise exemption permit. And then we also have Paris Drinks Fest. And I will disagree slightly from Councillor Howe's in the conversation that him and Tim had in regards to, you know, we need to make this work for everybody. I think it's a great idea. No matter what decision you make, someone will be unhappy with it. That's just the reality of life, and it's about our decision here, or our job here is to try to balance that. And I would rather see us be a community where things happen, where, you know, there's reasons to come to Paris, reasons to enjoy Paris. And sometimes, yep, it's not going to be quite what you want, and then there will be another event later on for you. So ultimately, I'd like to see us be more permissive with these types of events, and thus I'll support this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Kyle, you're next, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I too will speak in support of Councillor Howe's resolution or motion, and in support more broadly of Paris Drinks Fest as well. I think Councillor Bell did hit on something that has bugged me for a really long time since I've been on council, and that's that our engagement process does still have some work to do. And I think this is a really good example of that, where the people who are generally happy and supportive of things don't typically come out. They don't typically send in their feedback, so therefore we don't have that officially in front of us. So I think based on conversations that I've seen in the community and on social media, hopefully it's a bit of a wake-up call for the residents as well, that if they are supportive of something, hey, we should probably put in our 2 cents as well. I think it's also important to note, I think we've all got the message around the table here that the event has some really strong local support, including from neighbors who do back directly onto the venue. I'm not sure if everybody had a chance to see it, but this afternoon we received correspondence from nearby residents who are third-generation property owners in the area, and they've been very clear that the organizers have been respectful, they've been proactive. To Tim's point, they've reached out if they had concerns like Ms. Graham had, it's been dealt with. So I think to me that shows a real willingness to work with the local residents when any issues of safety, noise, or communication do come up. They also have been showing a willingness to compromise on the sound concerns, which I think is great. I'm with Councillor Oakley. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily going to support Councillor Bell's amendment, but we'll see what it is. And I think more broadly, events like the Paris Drinks Fest are about more than just one weekend. They bring people into the downtown, which we all know. They support the local businesses, the local vendors, the local producers, and bring that boost of economic activity, which I think is super important. But I think what struck me from the correspondence we got from the Paris BIA this afternoon was that yes, they come during those events, they eat in the restaurants, they shop in our stores, they maybe stay at the hotels or at the accommodations locally, but they also come back. So sometimes it's their introduction to Paris, to the community, and they're coming back because they like what they see. So I think that's good too, as a kind of that introduction to our community and saying, hey, we should put this on our places to come back to. So I think there's real value in events like this that bring the community together in shared spaces that we already know can work for those things. And my understanding is that there's been different events of different descriptions, including things like fireworks that have taken place at SILAPs over the years. And residents really seem to have expressed pride in those events and in those spaces being used in that way, which I think is really great. So for me, it comes down to balance, supporting the economic activity, the community connection, and respecting the neighbors as well, which again, I feel that Tim and his team has done a really good job of trying to find those compromises to address those concerns, which I think is super important. So for those reasons, I am comfortable supporting both Councillor House's motion, but more broadly, Paris Drinks Fest.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. I'll try and keep my comments shorter than Councillor House's resolution. I commend Tim for going out of his way to try to accommodate the community, and I've never been to the Paris Drinks Fest. I've run farm equipment for 60 years, and I can't hear that good anyway, but I will support the exemption for the noise.
Councillor House, you're next, and then Councillor Chambers, or Councillor Miller, sorry.
Thank you, and I'll just wanted to briefly speak a little bit to my own resolution. And because I've been consistent over the last several months in saying that I don't believe that SILAPS is Two Rivers Stadium and that it should be a place where there's a music festival every weekend. And as people pointed out to me on social media, we do not have a lineup of other events that want to use that space. I hope that there is a long future with Tim's organization and our municipality. And whether that future is at SILAPS or whether it's at another location, that's to be determined. But we have learned in the last few weeks that there aren't a whole lot of other solutions for this year. So specific to this exemption and my own resolution, I am confident that Tim and his organization will deliver a good event this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Further to what Councillor House just said, and Councillor Pierce mentioned it earlier, and we talked about it last time this come up, SILAPS is not the best maybe venue for this. Do we see an end date for this event at SILAPS? For example, I know we talked about possibly the park by coming online by the Twin Pad. When do we see possibly another more appropriate venue for this coming online?
Who are you asking? Staff?
Well, maybe Phil
Adam?
could help us out.
Oh, Phil?
Yeah, so through the chair, we're just working on preliminary plans on that site that you're referring to. So, you know, it's a few years out still, so it's not something that you're gonna see materialize in the short term. It's a more of a midterm project for us. As far as SILAPS, from a staffing point of view, it worked out really well. Our relationship with Tim's team was good. And that's not taken into consideration anything that the community said, and that's all been talked about today. But we worked well with them, with what we had to work with at that site. So, and we'll be happy to work with them again this year if that's the decision of council.
I guess if people are putting up with it that don't want to put up with it, they see an end date, I think it's a little more tolerable, but okay, thank you for the information.
Okay. No more questions, no more comments. We're going to go back to Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the subject of SILAPS as a long-term location, I think we've been through this conversation before. It is not the right location long-term, particularly as the event grows, and I hope it does grow. We did look at briefly Green Lane, and the car parking area looks like it could be a good, suitable location. It needs a bit of work on the logistics. So I think that's something I would like to see staff work on harder in the next year. I think we have to just bear in mind, it's not our obligation as county to find a location. With due all respect to Tim, Tim it's a for-profit organisation, so you are in it to make money. I know that we as the County of Brant made very little money from the event, so I think we would try to work with you, but I think it's not just on our shoulders to find the right location. But to the noise exemption, I would like to make the following amendment. I'm going to try and read it out so that the clerk can read it. So that the exemption is granted subject to the following additional conditions. And I think we might have touched on this one already. In line with industry best practice, to orient the stage such that the noise is directed away from nearby residences. Second point, in line with the practice of neighbouring municipalities, and we can go anywhere from Ottawa to London to Hamilton to Kitchener, apply a limit for the noise level at the perimeter of the concert. That's where people feel it. The people that are not at the concert don't feel it at the front of the stage, they feel it in their back garden or their backyard. So set that limit, and I'm suggesting that we set that limit at the median of the existing limits from all of those municipalities. The range is about 60 through to 85, 90. So my suggestion would be to make it 75, and you know, we can negotiate on that as far as I'm concerned. The third point, and it really is a connection to the second point, it is an industry best practice that the noise level at the perimeter is monitored, and that the noise limit, if it's exceeded, then the concert volume is appropriately reduced by the concert provider. It's a simple feedback loop. Sound goes up here, I turn the volume down there, and it comes back down. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated, it's not a technological challenge. It might be a slight logistical challenge, but we have 6 months in order to avoid that, overcome that. And finally, and I think this would set a best practice, and I think this would really help in terms of keeping the local community on board, Tim, that would be to make the noise levels at the perimeter available in real time to people around. So that they know if you say you're going to commit to 75, you're committing to 75, and it suddenly goes to 80 and it stays at 80, that's a trigger for them to say something's wrong here. So there are my 4 points of additional conditions that I would like to seek a seconder for.
Seeking a seconder for Councillor Bell. Councillor Pierce?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question first? Can we separate them?
Yes, of course. Everything's separable.
Okay, so here's, okay, we're going to, you have a seconder, and then we're going to pull it apart.
Yeah,
Okay.
vote on each one of them separately.
Councillor Chambers is going to tell me you can't pull it apart.
No, you can do whatever you want. But when you put a resolution forward to be voted on, you should put the resolution that is to be in front of us. The problem with Councillor Bell is the resolution got lost in his rationale and his support of his own resolution. So I'm wondering if he can state the resolution that we are voting on so we know what we are voting on.
Let me repeat it. That the exemption is granted subject to the following additional conditions. 1, in line with industry best practice, orient the stage such that the noise is directed away from nearby residences. 2, in line with the practice of neighbouring municipalities, apply a limit for the noise level at the perimeter of the concert, set at 75 dBA, being the median of existing limits set by those municipalities, for which the range is 65 through to 90. 3, in line with industry best practice, the noise level at the perimeter will be monitored by county bylaw staff or their agent, and if the noise limit is exceeded at the perimeter, the concert volume is appropriately reduced by the concert provider to bring the level into compliance. And 4, and setting a best practice, make those noise levels available at the perimeter in real time to the public.
Councillor Pierce? Do you still want them separated? All right, Councillor Oakley's going to speak first, then Councillor House.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to be in supporting any of the clauses out of Councillor Bell's amendment. I just wanted to read an email that we got from Director of Enforcement and Regulatory Services, Greg Bergeron, earlier today in response to Councillor Bell's suggestion of some of these clauses. And I quote, "We intend to fully research the use of DBA before assigning a limit in the new bylaw if we recommend the use of quantifiable parameters for certain events or activities. At this time, enforcement staff are not equipped or trained to measure noise levels. In my opinion, it would be best to avoid any language related to DBA for the time being while we perform the bylaw review." In essence, you know, our own staff are saying that it's premature to suggest that we're using this type of monitoring. Certainly as we're developing a new bylaw, I know this again came up in conversation when we had the Legion here before, because the wording of the bylaw right now, if you need an exemption permit, is amplified music. But there's obviously a big difference, I think Tim would agree, between his amplified music and the Legion with the single guitarist and amplified guitar, but ultimately they fall under the same thing. So we've talked about DBA before. Staff are looking into it. I believe it'd be wholly premature to impose something this year without staff having fully researched it, developed a bylaw and procedure, and in future years when we have that, then we can apply that. But I think this year would be inappropriate to do so. Thank you.
Councillor House and then Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate how Councillor Bell is trying to find compromise and work through this in a way that will help make him and perhaps others more comfortable with it. I'm not prepared to support any of the four, just because, to put it simply, I think Tim gets it. I think he understands. I said before, I have a confidence that he understands that sound engineering is an important issue here. For us to bring in some specific measurable details that are not consistent with how we handle events and noise exemptions, as Councillor Oakley mentions, staff-related concerns, I won't be supporting those amendments.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think if we all took a recess and went back and listened to what's been said tonight, we would hear Tim say he's looking at reorienting the stage to point it away from houses. Tim said he's looking at the decibel level at the perimeter, and he even suggested that he would look at 65. It was stated here 75. And then he also said he would be monitoring the noise level at the perimeter. So I'm struggling to understand why you would not support an amendment. This is exactly what Tim had said he is going to do. That troubles me that you would vote against something that he has stated, this is what we're going to do. We're here to work together, I think was his words, and this is what we are looking to do. We're looking to reorient the stage. We're looking at sound levels. We're looking at noise at the perimeter. The only one of the four that I'm struggling with is the real time to the public. Everything else, Tim has stated that he is going to do. So I'm struggling to understand why he would vote against something, which is exactly what he's saying he's going to do.
So you're not pulling them apart now, Councillor Pierce, we're going to vote.
Still pulling them apart, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Adam wants to speak before you do any pulling apart.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things as it relates to these amendments. There are certain things, because it's actually sort of a dictated approval of conditions for the noise exemption. I just want to make sure that things like orientating the stage, that creates some permanence in that sort of setup. There are site layout options that I think that can be further evaluated, but staff kind of have to caution to making hard and fast imposition of that on this noise exemption request. I think, obviously, I believe Tim has heard it. There are definitely considerations when it comes to emergency services through our SEAT process that need to be considered. So I just want to make sure that council doesn't impose hard and fast things that staff will then have to implement and enforce that would be difficult to pull back without giving staff and the organizers some time to sort of finalize some best practices when it comes to the orientation of the stage, ensuring appropriate emergency access, for example. Another thing that I've kind of talked about throughout this last month process is I think we've all heard the concerns that have been raised for the past 2.5 months about how this event's handled. I've learned a lot about it, and I've learned a lot about our seat processes. I think there's a chance for a review to occur. I think the approval needs to be considered tonight for 2026, but I think there are options available to really try and evaluate and create solutions and some firmer solutions, because I think I do see and hear the sense from council that firmer solutions are needed for this going forward. You know, evaluating sites and alternative sites for that matter. So those are my cautions to the amendment, and I just wanted to kind of speak to staff's thinking towards how we move forward past this.
Thanks, Adam. Tim, you want to speak?
Yeah, if I may, I do want to address those 4 points, and I will do it quickly because I know this is not your last item tonight. It's the first. Councilor Briss, I do agree with your last statement, but as I mentioned, these are things that we're trying to do. We're looking into all of them. Live stream noise readings is not a thing. I cannot commit to doing that. If we can work with bylaw to create a solution to do that, I am more than happy to, in that chain of communication and command on how we interfere with the massive volume knob that we're talking about. We're trying to figure out how to direct the stage. The tricky thing with the stage, as I mentioned, is, well, first off, we were gonna move the stage to the east end when we started using SILABs. County of Brant staff with a lot of good reasons, advised us to put the stage where it currently is. And when you start looking into moving your biggest piece of equipment on a site, sometimes the most logical place and the safest place is exactly where it should go. And I think it is there now. That's why we're taking steps with our production company to change what comes off that stage. Putting a huge 40 by 32 foot platform where a fire truck would need to come in could create issues. So it's difficult to say, let's approve this resolution tonight off something that might be dangerous. We could say that the stage has to move, and Brant Fire could come back through a seat application and say, no way, like, this is dangerous, you cannot do this here. So I'm having a hard time, as much as I have hopefully proven that I do want to work to find solutions that work for everybody. I don't want these to be things that can turn around and get us in trouble later on. The stage might need to stay where it is. We're working on the production. Live stream noise readings from the perimeter, if you're able to invent that technology, I would love to use it. I think you're going to be rich. But it doesn't exist yet. As Adam mentioned and Lucas mentioned, we don't have technology or protocol in place to monitor these systems. And the noise exemption does not include a current minimum or maximum volume. The Legion is very different than the stage that we're using. I do think that County of Brant needs to put work into the noise exemption guidelines to create protocols and tiers for these sort of events. I'm more than happy to work with council and county staff to put this together, but it's hard for me to commit to them now, knowing that we need to get to work very quickly to do these things. And if we can't do one of them, is our noise exemption permit pulled because one of these 4 amendments cannot be done or should not be done? Very quickly on the level at the perimeter, it doesn't work for me to walk away with a noise at the perimeter. As I've mentioned, I can't control it. It's like controlling how many cars honk on the streets and saying you control the traffic. I don't have that control. I will work extremely hard to figure that out and to make sure it works for everybody, but this doesn't work for my industry. It doesn't work for the kind of work that I do to agree to things that are completely out of my control. I'm happy to find a level that works at the point of origination on the stage. 100 decibels was our absolute max last year, which we agreed to. We never hit that. We never went over it. I'm happy to keep it manageable in there, but I can't commit to things like perimeter because I don't control those. So we can talk about origination. We can talk about measuring sound from the front of house console, which is where it's actually this big volume knob. lives, and that's our command center for events of this kind. So it doesn't work to commit to directing the stage because I don't know if we should. I don't know if it's safe. I can't commit to doing to a finite level at the perimeter because if it's a windy day, you can't hear what's happening at the stage. It's moving in that direction. I will commit to what I can control. I'm absolutely happy to have those levels monitored by staff and we can have an ongoing conversation. It's too loud? Perfect. We can adjust it. We were working together. Live stream noise readings, again, is not a thing, so we can't discuss that. But I don't think it works to have these things put in place as part of our noise exemption. And if they are, then again, it doesn't work for me to proceed with this event.
Okay, thank you, Tim. We're going to hear from Councillor Oakley, then we're going to go back and we're going to deal with Councillor Pierce and Councillor Bell. We're going to call the votes. They can separate it whichever way they like. We'll have 4 separate votes, and then we'll move back to the resolution. Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, sir, I just want to clarify my stance on why I would oppose this. When Tim has said that he's willing to work on these topics, there's a big difference between Tim agreeing to work together with us and us putting in black and white, and thus making it incumbent upon us to be able to enforce and monitor these things ourselves. And as staff has said, they're not currently equipped or trained to do so. So it's great that we're going to work together to try to lower noise levels, and that speaks to these 4 clauses, but putting it in black and white makes it then incumbent upon us to be able to enforce that and monitor that, which we cannot do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe, having Tim say so many times tonight that he wants to keep his event in Paris and in the county, why wouldn't he try his best to do exactly what we want him to do? There is going to be next year, and there's going to be hopefully, many years after that. So we have to obviously give him a little grace to do what he says he can try to do. So did you want to speak, Councillor Chambers? You're okay? Okay, so we're going to go back to Councillor Pierce and Councillor Bell. Councillor Pierce, you're going to separate them all one at a time, and we'll vote. Okay, clerk, if you could read the first one to me, and I'll call the vote.
Correct me, please, Councillor Bell, if my wording's incorrect, but the first item I have is in line with industry best practices that the stage be oriented so that noise is directed away from nearby residences.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next one, Spencer, please. Not carried. Oh my God, don't do that again. Oh my God, all right. Oh my. Spencer?
Through your worship, this second item, if my screen loads, there we go. In line with practices of neighboring municipalities, that a sound limit be applied at the perimeter of the venue set at 75 dBA, which is the median level of neighboring municipalities.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, defeated. Third one, please, Spencer.
The third item was that the noise level at the perimeter of the venue is monitored, and if it exceeds the noise limit, that the noise be reduced.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's defeated, okay? And the final one.
And the final item is that noise levels at the perimeter of the venue be made available to the public in real time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the Steve's amendment. No more conversation on Steve's amendment. Everyone's clear on what we're voting on. I won't ask you to repeat it, Spencer. There's not enough time left in the night. Everyone knows what Steve brought forward. As a council, we're going to vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you. That's it. I'm going to call a 10-minute, we'll clear the council chamber for those that want to leave. 1, which is adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting. Councillor Howes, you have that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we are getting started, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kyle that the County of Brant Council minutes of December 2nd, 2025 be approved.
Are there any questions to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor to receive them? Opposed? Carried, thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? No. Okay. Consent items, number 8, we have none to be approved, we have none to be received, which takes us to number 9.1, which is a public meeting, a public hearing. And because it's a public hearing, I'm going to declare the public meeting open now. And we're going to hear from staff first. Roxana? This is regarding 81 Walnut Street.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 20-25-RF for 81 Walnut Street. This application is to be received as information at this time. The subject lands are located north of Walnut Street with a frontage along Walnut Street and Mulholland Drive, and has an area of approximately 1,239 square meters. Currently, the lands are containing one single detached dwelling and a detached garage. Surrounding area consists of low-density residential. The subject lands are serviced by municipal sewer and water. Subject lands are designated as community node within the official plan. They're located within the settlement area of Paris and zoned residential singles and semis within the zoning bylaw 6116. Zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 20-25-RF is proposing to rezone conditionally approved several lands at 81 Walnut Street from residential singles and semis R2 to residential singles and semis with a holding provision H-R2. Applying the holding provision will satisfy the condition of consent application B20-25-RF, which was conditionally approved by the Committee of Adjustment on September 18th, 2025, to facilitate the creation of a residential lot with a frontage on Mulholland Drive. As you can see from the picture on the screen, currently no services run on the frontage on Mulholland Drive, and as such, the holding provision will remain in place until servicing is provided and is good for development. A road reconstruction project in the East Flats neighborhood is anticipated to begin in the spring of 2026, at which time the municipal servicing for Mulholland Drive may be included as part of the project. Additional information regarding the East Flats Road reconstruction is available on Engage Brant through the County of Brant website. This application has been reviewed through circulation and commenting agencies, and we will bring it forward for recommendation on February 10th, 2026. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this application. Thank you.
Does council have any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you. Rashika, you're here to speak on behalf of the applicant? There you are up there.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Ruchika Angrish from the Angrish Group, representing the owner of the property. Roxana has given a brief of the information that is in front of you. I do not have anything to add unless council members have any questions specifically related to the zoning bylaw amendment.
Does council have any questions for Rashika? Seeing none. This being a public hearing, I'm going to ask, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application for or against it? And I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application for or against it? And I'll ask for the third time, does anyone in the room want to speak to this application for or against it? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting closed. And no one has any questions, Councillor Pierce? No?
Move to receive, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Looking to receive. Councillor Coleman's going to be your seconder. Call the vote. All those in favor, just to receive. Thank you. Takes us to number 9.2, which is 17 Queen Street South, also just to receive. And Lauren is going to speak on behalf of the county. And I think there's someone here also to speak on behalf of the applicant, but we'll wait.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 325PB from G. Douglas Valley Limited, agent on behalf of Stephen Gillingwater, owner of 17 Queen Street South. The application is to be received as information at this time. The subject lands are located north of Elgin Street, west of Queen Street South, and south of Oakland Road. The subject lands are vacant and considered an existing lot of record, having a frontage of 19.2 meters along Oakland Road, 23.6 meters along Queen Street South, and an area of approximately 453.8 square meters. The surrounding area consists of primarily residential uses with institutional and commercial uses located to the west of the subject lands. The subject lands are designated as Village Developed Area within the County of Brant Official Plan and zoned as Heritage Area General Commercial within the Zoning Bylaw 6116. Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZBA 325PB is proposing to amend the zoning from Heritage Area General Commercial to Heritage Area Special Exception Suburban Residential in order to facilitate the construction of a single detached dwelling. The following special provisions are required to facilitate the development. Recognize the existing lot area of 450 square meters, whereas a minimum of 3,000 square meters is required. Recognize the existing lot frontage of 19 meters, whereas a minimum of 30 meters is required. Permit a reduced street setback of 3 meters, whereas a minimum of 7.5 meters is required. Permit a reduced rear yard of 5.4 meters, whereas a minimum of 7.5 meters is required. And to permit a reduced parking setback from the street of 0 meters, whereas 3 meters is required. Key considerations for the property include servicing. Options available to service the subject lands include a septic and well or septic and cistern. Both options are being reviewed to the minimum standards of the building code and the applicable policy, recognizing that this lot currently exists and has historically been used with a commercial use. Through the circulation to commenting agencies, it has been determined that a hydrogeological study is required to demonstrate that septic and/or well can be accommodated without impacting adjacent properties. This study is to be provided and reviewed in advance of the application moving forward for recommendation. Notice of the application was posted on the property December 11, 2025, and notices were mailed to all property owners within 120 meters on December 17, 2025. No comments have been received as part of the public circulation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions from council to the staff? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Lauren. Lauren, the fact that when I look at your diagram, I don't know whose diagram it is on page 34 of our package, it shows proposed septic but no proposed well, because we don't think at this point we can get a well in there according to the OBC. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. The applicants have identified that due to setback requirements, they do not believe a well can be accommodated.
Okay. And was it the applicant that suggested that the septic bed go where it is on the diagram?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Then I'll save my next question for them. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll go then to the agent of the applicant. If you can just give us your name and your address, please, for the clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Palander. I'm with G. Douglas Valley. It was Eldon Darbyson was the planner on the file. However, I'll be in lieu of his absence. Our address is 2 Talbot Street North in Simcoe, Ontario.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for letting me speak tonight. Usually the development meetings are the ones that go an hour and a half rather than some of the delegations. So hopefully I can answer questions that Council may have. Just noting with the application details that was provided as part of the Council package, there are a lot of special exceptions that are being sought. Really, most of them are due to the fact that this is a existing lot that is undersized. If you look at the requirements of the bylaw, trying to fit any use on there on this lot, particularly a commercial use, with how it's currently zoned, trying to put any sort of structure on there. Again, the use is commercial as it's currently zoned. We'd probably be back here asking for significant reductions in parking, significant reductions in setbacks, all sorts of other exceptions, again, just given how small the existing lot is. The low-density residential use, single detached dwelling was the most appropriate use given the size of the property and the surrounding land uses. With response to the servicing study, yes, the full hydrogeological study is being completed rather than a well, possible cistern. Again, that would be probably for any use that would be on there, again, just given the size. The final layout and requirements will be detailed in the hydrogeological study that the applicant is undertaking. And that will come out in that final report, and that will guide location, sizes, and any details related to that. So barring any questions from council, can take them now.
Questions, Councillor Miller?
Yeah, first question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the applicant, why are you bringing this forward? It's such an undersized parcel. And I know it's a lot of record, but I don't understand why you're going for this now in light of what we're doing in Scotland.
Through the mayor, in terms of the master servicing plan. So our understanding, I know it's early, the applications, there's going to be no municipal services in Scotland for some time, if ever. That's our understanding right now as the master servicing plan is unfolding. So having the lot continue vacant when there's the need for the housing would be the primary reason why it's being brought forward.
Councillor Miller?
The septic that you've got proposed here, if I look along Queen Street South, what is on the road allowance? Is that a dry well, or you don't see it on the picture, but if you drive out there and look at the lot, you'll see, I believe, a dry well there. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure what you're referring to, a dry well like that's not on the lot, that's there
No,
now?
it's on the road allowance, but it's like for drainage, right? And have you not seen that?
No, I have not seen that.
Well, it's there, and you're proposing to put a septic bed right beside that drainage. And I don't know if that's a good idea, given that they're pretty high nitrates now. So just pointing that out to you, maybe you didn't know. And the bell box that sits on the corner, I believe that's not on the property, is that correct? It's on the road allowance?
Through the mayor, yes, it would have to be in the road allowance. And regarding the septic and the appropriateness of the septic, that'll be fully reviewed by the hydrogeologist with the the hydrogeological study that will look at requirements, nitrate levels, and other requirements of that under the OBC.
Okay, I'm just surprised to see it, like I say, located right beside there. It's like, if you drive out there and then you look at it and say, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but I'll leave it in your capable hands to have a look at that.
Any other questions to the presenter? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Because this is a public meeting, I'm going to open it up to the room. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? For the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And we'll do it for the third time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this application? Seeing none, we will call this part of the meeting closed. And I'll ask for a motion from council. Councillor Coleman, looking for a seconder to receive just as information. Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Takes us to 9.3. Again, just for information. This is for 358 West Quarter Line Road. And it is another public hearing. And we have, who do we have for Afun? Yep.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Through the mayor, my name is Afsun Beshkini, junior planner with the County of Brant. Today I'm presenting zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 22-25-AV for the property municipality known as 358 West Quarter Town Line Road, submitted by the owner. This item is being brought forward for information only. The purpose of this zoning bylaw amendment is to implement a condition of an approved consent for a surplus farm dwelling severance by rezoning the retained agricultural land to prohibit any future residential development. The subject property is located in the former township of Berford, outside of any settlement boundary. The parcel is approximately 40 hectares in size and is actively farmed. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural, and the lands are privately serviced. The property contains one single detached dwelling with an attached garage, as well as an existing silo. The property is designated Agriculture and Natural Heritage System in the Official Plan 2023, and it is zoned Agriculture and Natural Heritage in the Zoning Bylaw 6116. In June 2025, the Committee of Adjustment approved the consent application to sever a surplus farm dwelling from this property. A key condition of the approval requires the retained lands to be rezoned to prohibit any future residential development. So to address this, the applicant has submitted this application to rezone the lands from agriculture or A to agriculture with a special exception, or A9. This slide summarizes the approved consent. As you can see, the severed parcel is approximately 0.5 hectares in size and contains the existing dwelling and the existing attached garage. The retained parcel is approximately 39 hectares in size, contains the existing silo, and remains suitable for long-term agricultural production. This zoning bylaw amendment supports farm consolidation and the long-term protection of agricultural lands, implements an already approved consent, maintains the agricultural use of the retained parcel, and prevents future residential fragmentation of farmland. This application is being presented to Council for information only at this time. A staff recommendation report is anticipated to be brought forward in February. In conclusion, this application is a site-specific amendment to implement a condition of an approved surplus farm dwelling severance by rezoning the retained lands from A to A9 to prohibit future residential development. Staff are presenting this item for Council's information. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any question.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for staff? No? Okay, thank you. We have someone here. Do we have an agent of the applicant here? Yep, come on up. And if you can just give us your name, please, and your address for the clerk.
Jesse Clofer, 77 Clofer Road, Harley.
Thank you.
I have nothing further to add to the application.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? No? No? Okay, well, thanks for coming up to the podium. Because this is a public meeting, we're going to ask, is there anyone that in the room that has anything to add to or against this application? Is there anyone in the room for the second time that wants to speak to or against this application? And we'll ask for the third time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing no one, we'll declare this meeting closed, and we'll take it back to council. Council, what do you want to do? This is just for information, looking for a mover. Councillor Oakley, looking for a seconder. Councillor Howes. Any other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Takes us to number 10.1, which is another public hearing for 304 Pinehurst Road and 399 Paris Plains Church Road. Again, it's a public meeting. This is more than informational. This is a recommendation by staff. To call the public meeting open, and we'll call on Lauren. Yep, there she is there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2523DM from MHBC, agent on behalf of Miller Aggregates, owner of 304 Pinehurst Road and 699 Paris Plains Church Road. Staff are recommending approval of this application. The subject lands are located north of Paris Plains Church Road, east of Pinehurst Road, within the geographic township of South Dumfries. The lands have a frontage of 252 meters along Pinehurst Road and 1,314 meters along Paris Plains Church Road, in an area of approximately 125.8 hectares. The subject lands are currently an active agricultural farm that produces cash crops with an existing farmhouse, barn, and outbuilding located at 304 Pinehurst Road. The surrounding land uses consist of agricultural land uses to the north, east, and west, with the heritage-designated Paris Plains Church, Paris Plains Cemetery, and Moss School being located to the south. The subject lands are designated as agricultural and natural heritage system within the official plan, with a portion of the lands being within a wellhead protection area. The lands are zoned as agriculture and natural heritage within the zoning bylaws 6116. The applicants are proposing a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone a portion of the subject lands from agriculture to aggregate extraction above the water table, to permit the extraction, processing, and shipping of aggregate resources, and to natural heritage vegetation protection zone with a site-specific provision to permit construction and maintenance of a 3-meter screening berm. The existing farmhouse will be utilized as an office accessory to the aggregate operation. Extraction is proposed to be established above the water table and will occur in 5 phases, beginning at the east of the property and moving towards the west. Processing is proposed to occur in phase 1 outside of the wellhead protection area, and an internal haul route will connect the processing area to the new entrance exit on Pinehurst Road. The total tonnage from the proposed pit will be a maximum of 1 million tons annually. Following extraction activities, the rehabilitation plan seeks to return as much land as possible back to an agricultural condition and implement ecological enhancements in the east end of the site. A total of 92.8 hectares of the existing agricultural lands will be returned to an agricultural condition with Class 1 soils. The zoning bylaw amendment application and Aggregate Resources Act license have been applied for concurrently. Recommendations from the completed technical reports have been implemented through the ARA site plan, and an external works agreement has been entered into between Miller Aggregates and the county in order to implement the recommendations of the traffic impact study. A neighborhood meeting was held in May 2024, and a second neighborhood meeting was held on June 4th, 2025. Notice of this application was posted on the property December 11, 2025, and notices were mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands on December 17, 2025. One letter of support was received as part of the public circulation for the June 10th information meeting. For the reasons outlined in my report, it is my professional recommendation that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2523DM be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a couple of quick questions. When this came to us the first time, I had discussed the entrance and exit and entrance potentially an issue on Highway 24. So I'm very happy to see that the TIS said it's got to have an entrance. Is there is there a standard as to how long the exit and entrance lanes need to be? Or is it just they pick that themselves, or how does that work?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. There is a specific requirement. I believe that's based on TAC guidelines. So based on the current speed of the road is the setback requirement.
Okay, that's good, and as I say, I'm happy that that's there. My second question, when it talks about, you know, when it's all done and said, they're gonna bring it back to a Class 1 soil agricultural. Can you remind us what it is now?
Through the chair, I may have to defer to the agent to answer that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions to staff? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Lauren. Lauren, the source water protection, you have a section in your report on that. Does source water protection, it applies to aggregate operators?
Through the chair, if it's within a source water protection area, then we will circulate the application to see if there will be any impacts. Through the review, it was determined that there wouldn't necessarily be any impacts from the pit itself, but there could be if there was anything during the actual agricultural, like farming process, if there was anything that's put on the property, then it could contaminate.
Okay. I still don't know if you said yes or no to that question.
Maybe.
It's in a wellhead protection zone, we got that. But source water protection policy or source water protection legislation does not apply, or does it apply?
So they determined that they don't anticipate there being any impact from the proposed pit.
Okay, and I'll ask that for the next one too, because it's a similar one. But how do we do that then? You say, well, if the tenant farmer uses certain pesticides, fertilizers, do we do that through I don't know, source protection plan, or not source protection plan? What do you call it? How do you get that enforced? Is it part of the agreement, or?
Through the chair, so it was discussed that if there were any tenant farmers that were leasing the land, that they would have to enter into an agreement disclosing exactly what's being used on the property, just so we can ensure that there wouldn't be any contamination from potential pesticides.
An agreement with who?
So it would be an agreement with the tenant farmer, and
Would it be with the gravel pit operator, or would it be with the county, or would the county be able to monitor that? I don't know how you would enforce it or police it or anything like that.
Through the chair to Councilor Miller. Our source water protection company that we retain to assist us with this enters into contract agreements on behalf of the county to ensure source water protection is overseen. So they would enter into agreement they would do the agreement and enter into it with the applicant farmer in perpetuity with the county to protect our source water.
So I
They
think-
do that across a few different areas in the county.
So we're using, I think, Cambium, so they would do that?
Yes.
Okay.
So Cambium oversees that and goes through and enters into the agreements with various landowners as necessary. This is just one example where they would do the same.
Okay, because there's a lot of people that rely on this drinking water, so I think we should do what we have to do to eliminate the risk. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions to staff? Councillor Chambers?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to the planner, the rehabilitation plan, once the municipality approves the application and the company gets the license from the ministry, the rehabilitation plan is then monitored and enforced by the ministry and not the county. Is that correct?
through the chair, yes, that is correct. It would be through the ministry.
So if anybody has any complaints about the rehabilitation plan, the progressive rehabilitation plan, they don't come banging at the county store, they should go banging at the ministry store. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. And Caitlin, you're here? Caitlin, somebody's here? Okay. You want to just come up, I think. And just your name, please, and who you represent, or your name and your address.
Good evening.
Chair and members of council. My name is Ken Zimmerman. I'm with Miller Aggregates. Our address is 281, our head office address is 281 Hillmont Road in Markham. I'd like to thank county staff for the dedicated efforts in bringing the zoning bylaw amendment for the Paris Pit Plains application to the stage, where it's now before you for approval. Through strong collaboration with staff, the application has been significantly strengthened. We also greatly appreciate the valuable input from the local community, which has been thoughtfully incorporated into the site plans. As a result, Miller Aggregates is very happy with the current state of the application, looks forward to your positive consideration, and I'm certainly here to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you answer my question as to what class the soil is now?
Yes, I can. We had an agricultural consultant expert visit the site probably 2 or 3 years ago now. So the soils on site there's a mapping of it now, and it's somewhere between 1 and 3. So there's various soils across the site, between 1 and 3.
Okay, so is it, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, is it, 10% 1, 90% 3? Do we know? Like, is it?
I don't know the exact numbers.
Okay.
But, yeah, I wouldn't want to give you exact numbers, I'd have to look it up. But I do know it's been farmed for 50 years by our 2 tenants, Oakwell Farms and Grand River Bean. So good agricultural land, yes. But I think that's where you're heading, is good agricultural land, yes.
All right, and second question, if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you. So it says in the report there that, 1 million tons annually. Like, somebody seeing that is gonna go, wow. Is that, I know, it sounds like a silly question, is that a lot? But of course it's a lot, but overall for aggregate extraction, is that a large number? Like, is that, they're chugging along, is that standard around 1 million a year?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Somewhere in the middle. There's applications or sites, active sites across the province that might be 100,000 tons, 200,000 tons, up to 350,000 tons. The biggest operations in Ontario are typically 5-6 million tons. Million-ton operation, again, is kind of right in the middle. A good-sized operation, not huge, not small either.
Okay, and on to that note, my last one, Mr. Mayor, can you just remind us again, if we're talking 1 million tons a year, roughly, how many trucks are we talking?
One thing I should, through the chair, 1 million tons, I think last time I was here, I probably said this, is the biggest number of the biggest year. So to be a 1 million ton operation is a lot. To be a 1 million ton operation every day, to be a 1 million ton operation is a lot. So we're not talking that type of volumes. We'd have to build up over years to get to 1 million tons. But typically the site will run much less than that. And when we average trucks out, we modeled the worst case scenario, which was 30 trucks in the worst hour of the worst day of the worst month of the worst year.
On the one side, but on the good side for pulling that much aggregate. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
Thank you again through you, Mr. Mayor, to the applicant. In the staff recommendations, it says, following extraction activities, the lands will be progressively rehabilitated back to an agricultural condition. My question is, how much time elapses between when the extraction activities stop and when the rehabilitation begins?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's almost, I want to say instantaneous, but it's not, because the first phase, we have to build berms. So the initial soil from the initial phase probably goes into berms. And then after that, we have to actually extract that first phase. So once that first phase is extracted and you have a hole and you move to the second phase, you start to rehabilitate the previous phase. So it's called progressive rehabilitation for a reason. That means you do it as you go. So once the berms are in place and you have excess soil and you have space, you start the rehabilitation right away. So ideally, we could have half the site rehabilitated before we get to the end and progressively moving ahead. So you won't look at a hole the whole time it hasn't been rehabilitated. It's done progressively. Using the soil as you encounter it and taking it from where you're stripping and putting it back onto the floor, back onto the slopes right away, so that the rehabilitation happens as you go.
So what I'm hearing is after the initial work, it's going to be almost instantaneous?
I say instantaneous. Every fall, every spring, we will strip. If you're stripping, you get to the point, it should be going into a piece of land to be rehabilitated and put back in agricultural use.
And I'm certainly glad to hear that, because I can take you and you can take me to various examples around
Absolutely.
where it has not happened according to the way it should have. And what's the result is a derelict property that should have been rehabilitated almost instantaneously, but is sitting there in a decrepit state from probably now until eternity. And that's what we don't want to have happen. And as I said before, the county doesn't regulate that. The ministry regulates that, but the county is the one that gets all the complaints. And hopefully we can, within a couple of years after you begin, you can take me out there and show me the corn growing in the progressively rehabilitated part of the pit.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add to that. For those in the audience that actually heard our presentation back in May to the Agricultural Committee, we have examples, MilRes examples, the industry has examples of where sites have been rehabilitated back to agriculture. Now, there are previous older examples across the province that maybe I'm not proud of, that more could have been done, absolutely, but there's also lots of positive examples as well. And this will be one of them.
And I will say, for the committee's benefit, the reputation of the firm is excellent compared to some.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That million tons, the figure you used, which Councilor Pierce brought up, I think every gravel application I've seen uses that figure, 1 million tons a year. That just seems to be an industry standard. But if we go with 1 million tons, and I know there's a lot of unknowns, markets and all that stuff, but how long will that pit be operational?
We think it's going to be in the range of, I'm going to say 20-something years. And the reason I say 20-something years is it takes a few years to get up and running. So we won't be running at 1 million tons on the first day, and we won't be running at 1 million tons on the last day either. So it takes time to get up and running. And then once you are up and running, then we operate as a normal operation. Then, of course, it could depend on market conditions. COVID, whatever comes up, slows us down a little bit. So we're using the 20-plus years is what we expect.
Okay.
Depending on economy.
Obviously, you remove the overburden and then you return it back to agriculture. You're, I think, 1.5 meters above the water table, something like that.
Correct.
And my question is, do any agricultural practices change from before you remove the overburden to after, in terms of applications of pesticides or fertilizers or liquid hog manure? Is there any changes to those practices that you're aware of?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think this goes back to the question of nutrient management plans to a certain degree. So my understanding is this site hasn't had liquid manure in many, many years. We don't plan to have liquid manure for many, many years. So we'll work with our 2 tenant farmers to ensure that we don't have liquid manure. So it'd be standard practice as usual for the most part, pre-extraction, during extraction, after extraction, if that answers the question.
It answers the question. I'm just, you know why I'm asking that, because like I say, you remove all that overburden. I don't know, but that sounds like there's no change then, so.
Well, the landform changes.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It
but
will
in-
look very
yeah.
different. But the use of the land ultimately will not change. It will go back to agriculture.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions to the presenter? Seeing none, because this is a public meeting, I'll call. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for the third time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we will close this part of the meeting, and I'm going to get the clerk to read the staff recommendation.
Through your worship, the staff recommendation is as follows. That zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2523DM from MHBC courtesy of Caitlin Port, agent on behalf of Miller Aggregates courtesy of Ken Zimmerman, applicant on behalf of Lavis Contracting Co. Limited and Miller Paving Limited, owner of South Dumfries Concession 4, Part Sublot 1, Part Lots 26 and 27, and Concession 4, Part Lot 28, Part Lot 29, RP 2R2186, Part 1, County of Brant, in the geographic former township of South Dumfries, located at 304 Pinehurst Road and 699 Paris Plains Church Road, is proposing to rezone the subject lands from agricultural A to resource extraction above the water table and natural heritage vegetation protection zone with special exemption NH1-1 to permit the construction and maintenance of a 3-meter high screening berm be approved, and that the reasons for approval are as follows. The application conforms to the policies of the official plan and is in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw, and the application is consistent with the policies of the provincial planning statement.
Sorry, Councillor Kyle?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Not a question, but just a comment. As one of the newer councillors around the table, admittedly, this has been my first experience with an aggregate company coming and going through this whole process. But I will say that I do appreciate the effort that Miller, with respect to Ken and Kevin and their team, have taken. I know they had Councillor McAlpine and I out several times to provide information. We attended all of the community meetings. It seems they were really what's the word I'm looking for? They were very attentive to what the concerns were from the neighbors. I know they worked really hard with the cemetery and the church there to ensure that there was enough buffer put around to protect that heritage building and that heritage site. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendation in this case. I think they've done a really good job of trying to set a great example for how an aggregate pit should be designed, and hopefully it carries through with their proposal to have it rehabilitated.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important that you say that. I think just because it is close to the church and it is close to the cemetery, and when we first found out it was going to happen or could be happening, it was really quite an important piece of property to the town of Paris. So it's good that you brought that up. And it's good that Councillor Chambers gave kudos to the reputation of a firm. You know, sometimes we don't know who we're playing with sometimes, and it's not always a good day after we get into things like that. I need someone to put it on the floor, please. Councillor Kyle, looking for a seconder. Councillor McAlpine and Councillor Chambers, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, Councillor Kyle, this is her first. I've been on many, and this is a good example. It's not often, and it's very rare that the only comment you get is a positive comment. I've been at meetings like this where you have to escape under the cover of darkness to get out of the room with the neighbors upset about these things. The key is rehabilitation, and I still want that tour after you get the cornfield planted to Jesse Clover and I will go out and check it out for you. So. And again, it's an excellent reputation, and I have full confidence in the final outcome. I support it.
That's great. That's great. You're right. It could be a different conversation. So we're lucky. Any other questions before I call the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And we have one more public meeting, and that is 125 Bethel Road. And again, it's a public meeting, as I said, and Logan's going to come up and present as staff. See you later.
Good evening, Mayor Bailey and councillors. Thanks for sticking around. I'll be presenting the recommendation for zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1925 LK for lands located at 125 Bethel Road on behalf of the agent Brooke Burlock, who is Lincoln Pramo, and the owner Steve Little on behalf of Carson. The property is located on the north side of Bethel Road, west of Folsetter Drive, and east of Cleaver Road in the settlement area of Paris. Subject lands are approximately 1.7 hectares with frontage of approximately 96 meters along Bethel Road. The surrounding area consists of industrial, agricultural, and low-density rural residential land uses. The lands are currently designated as prestige employment within the County of Brant official plan and zoned as agricultural in the zoning bylaw 6116, although they haven't been used for agricultural purposes in a number of years. The proposal following the information meeting back in December, the applicant has revised the proposal or the proposed rezoning to address concerns raised by council and the public. The applicant now proposes to rezone the lands to M245 with site specifics that include additional uses from the M3 zone and a reduction in parking spaces to 99 spaces, whereas 127 spaces are required. The parking ratio being proposed is 1 per 20 square meters for the office space, whereas 1 per 15 square meters is required, and 1 per 125 square meters for the warehousing facility, whereas 100 square meters is required. The proposal is also being reviewed under the concurrent site plan application, SP 1725 LK. Some of the key considerations that have been identified during my review is servicing the land and land use compatibility. The site is currently not serviced despite being in the settlement area of Paris. These lands were brought into the settlement area during the 2023 official plan consolidation. However, despite being brought into the settlement area, the lands were never considered in the Paris Master Servicing Plan, as that plan was completed in 2020. An update to the Paris Master Servicing Plan is required. It is the intention of the landowner to be connected to municipal services, and county staff are currently working with the developer and continue to have productive discussions through the concurrent site plan application that works for all parties. The lands adjacent to the east, west, and south consist of a few low-density residential homes. However, the subject lands are designated as prestige employment, as mentioned, which permits a number of land uses that may not be as compatible with low-density residential uses nearby. Following staff and council's comments at the information meeting, the applicant has shifted the proposal, as I mentioned, to be rezoned to M2, removing some of the potentially offensive uses while including some additional uses from the M3 zone. We are of the opinion that this better aligns with the immediate area while still maximizing the employment opportunity within the prestige employment designation. Notice of the application was provided to all landowners, and we ensured that that was provided to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands as per the Planning Act. At the time of this presentation, we have received public comments regarding the rezoning application and have since addressed some of those concerns raised by the public. The concerns that were raised include noise, lighting, traffic, and civil engineering works. These items are handled by staff through a detailed site plan review process. As a result of my review of the zoning bylaw application and for the reasons outlined in my report, I am recommending approval of the zoning bylaw application ZBA 1925 LK. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff for Logan? Councillor Miller?
Again, I go back to the fact that it's in a wellhead protection zone. And you referenced the letter, source protection letter. It's not in the package. So how do you implement the source protection plan? Do you do it through the site plan? Is it a separate agreement on file? How do you enforce that? Because it says that there are some uses that are allowed in the zoning, but wouldn't be allowed in the wellhead protection. And then you put, for example, dry cleaning, manufacturing, auto shops, and repair. So how do we ensure that those uses don't just suddenly appear one day? Or anything else that might compromise the wellhead protection zone?
Through the chair to Councillor Miller. So we will be going through site plan approval as it is an industrial development. So we would be at that time, again, also engaging KBM and our staff to address what, if any special agreements are required, but we could implement various elements like that in the site plan agreement. There would be other elements sometimes tied to this source water protection that would be implemented in site plan. Sometimes there's things like salt application on driveways, things like that. So various things like that will come into play during the site plan process. Even the zoning bylaw has regulations and general provisions about certain things not permitted in source water protection areas.
I don't want to flog a dead horse here, but it's important that we do hold them to that. And we know, looking at the Bethel well, that it has a high level of sodium, and we're not quite sure why. But they don't think it's because of the salt dome from the MTO that sits there. They think it's actually from the salt used on the streets in that industrial area there that's already existing. So it's just, I've seen it, you know, where maybe we aren't doing the best to protect it. So that's why I'm asking these questions to make sure we do.
And that's through the chair again. That's where we come to the site plan and implementing how we handle snow and ice on a site, for example, and going into some greater detail in that respect to help do source water protection, so we get less of that mitigation into the groundwater in your source. So that's sometimes often critical in entering those agreements with them through site plan approval.
Any other questions for staff? No? Okay, thank you, Logan. We have Brooke, I think, on the line. Oh. We see you. You're kind of ghostly, but we still see you.
Good evening. Sorry, just it takes a moment for my camera to load in.
Okay. Do you have a presentation, or are you here for questions?
I do have a brief presentation. I'm just going to share my slides briefly.
Okay, perfect. You're not nearly as ghostly now.
I'm glad. Great. And then I just wanted to confirm my slides are shown on the screen for everyone to see.
Yep, we see them.
Perfect, great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Brooke Burlock. I'm a planner with Salinka Priamo. We've been retained by 214 Carson for this zoning bylaw amendment application for lands known municipally as 125 Bethel Road in the county of Brant. So thank you to staff for processing our zoning bylaw amendment application and providing a thorough overview of the proposed development and our revised zoning bylaw amendment applications that's before the council this evening. So we have reviewed staff's report and support staff's recommendation of approving this zoning bylaw amendment application. I'm here to provide some additional information related to the proposed development and revised zoning bylaw amendment application, and then I'll be available to answer any questions from the public or council. So just as some additional background information to what Logan provided. So the zoning bylaw amendment application was presented to council in December for information purposes, where we gathered feedback from members of council, public, and members of staff. So we've now revised the zoning bylaw amendment application from heavy industrial to light industrial, as detailed in the planning addendum letter that was posted on the agenda. And we also note, as Logan mentioned, that there's a site plan application that is ongoing. So the subject lands are located west of Rest Acres Road, directly west of Falsetter Drive, fronting onto Bethel Road. The lands are currently undeveloped and vacant of structure. As outlined in the public meeting in December, 214 is proposing to construct an industrial building approximately 8,869 square meters. And then as shown on this slide is just a breakdown of some of the key stats. And next is the concept plan that was provided at the December public meeting as well, just demonstrating kind of the key aspects of the proposed development, such as the loading, internalized to the site to the rear of the building. The majority of the parking is to the rear of the site as well. And we also note that there's landscaping, fencing, and noise mitigation measures shown on the concept plan, and all these details will be ironed out through the site plan process. And then on the slide here is the same preliminary rendering of the proposed development, demonstrating the application of high quality urban design principles, generally conforming with the built form policies of the prestige employment designation. So under zoning bylaw 61-16 as amended, the subject lands are zoned agricultural. So the proposed industrial development is not currently permitted under the current zoning. So the existing agricultural zoning does not align with the prestige employment designation in the county's official plan, or realize the opportunity for intensification that the subject lands represent, nor the employment opportunities that the prestige employment permits. So as a result of the comments received from council, public, and staff, 214, as I mentioned, has revised the zoning bylaw amendment application from heavy industrial to light industrial, subject to site-specific provisions. So the previously proposed site-specific provision reducing the street setback is no longer required, as the proposed development meets the street setback required under the M2 zone. And the two site-specific provisions that are being proposed tonight is a reduction in parking and specific compatible uses currently permitted in the M3 zone. So as identified in our addendum letter and the public meeting, the proposed parking reduction is justified based on the parking study that was prepared for the zoning bylaw amendment application. So as per the study, there is a result, there will be a surplus of 4 to 58 parking spaces, depending on the specific end use. And so as outlined in our addendum letter and our comment tracker, Paradigm Transportation Solutions identified specific industrial uses that would be appropriate for this rate. So as per the draft bylaw that's included on the agenda, there's only a specific number of listed of industrial uses that would have this reduced parking rate. And overall, the proposed parking rates are sufficient for the proposed development. And then moving on, so as I mentioned, the zoning bylaw amendment application has been revised to light industrial, and there are 4 specific heavy industrial uses that will be permitted under the M2 site-specific zoning. So as listed on this screen, chemical and pharmaceutical industry, food processing plant, paper products industry, and processed good industries are proposed to be permitted under the site-specific provisions. And so based on the applicable zoning bylaw definitions of these 4 specific uses, they are generally manufacturing type uses. As Logan has mentioned previously, manufacturing is permitted within the M2 use. So these are just very specific manufacturing type uses. And so these 4 M3 uses are appropriate as they are primarily conducted inside the building envelope. There's no additional transportation, noise, or other impacts anticipated by permitting these additional uses. We also note that there are a number of regulatory permits for these specific uses that are required to serve to mitigate any potential impacts on adjacent lands and to ensure safe operations of these uses, which would be completed by the future tenant. And I also want to note that there was comments received through council that possibly the M1 prestige employment zone would be more appropriate. Based on our review of the M1 zone, it would not be appropriate and not consistent with the PPS, as the M1 zone does not permit warehousing and manufacturing, which is directly which is the uses that employment areas are intended for. And so as kind of demonstrated in the presentation, there was a number of comments received related to land use compatibility. So the revision of the zoning bylaw amendment application really addresses a number of these land use compatibility concerns. As outlined in the addendum letter, there's a range of landscaping that will be buffering the adjacent lands. In addition to the landscaping, there will also be noise walls as per the noise study recommendations. There was a number of comments related to transportation and parking. So as mentioned in the public meeting, a TIS was prepared for the ongoing site plan application, which supports the proposed development in terms of the existing kind of surrounding transportation context. And then lastly, so that the parking, as mentioned previously, the proposed parking reduction is supported and will support the proposed development. And then lastly, on the list of kind of main themed comments were servicing. So servicing is an item that will be addressed through the site plan process. And we've made progress kind of finalizing the design with staff in order to provide a full civil engineering design. And then so just to summarize it, overall, the proposed development represents good land use planning and it's consistent with the PPS and conforms with the official plan. And represents good land use planning, and I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions to the agent? Councilor Miller.
Okay, one question. You guys will be leasing this building?
Through the chair, correct. So 214 often leases their developments to an end tenant, or it could possibly be sold to a new owner. At this time, it's unknown.
Okay, I'm just thinking if you're leasing, you have more control over who the tenant might be, could be. versus selling. So, okay, thank you.
Questions, council? None? Okay, well, because this is a public meeting, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application. I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And we'll ask for the third time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call the meeting closed. And we will, I need a mover first of all, Councillor Oakley and Councillor Coleman. And noting that this is not just for information, this is for approval, I'm going to get the clerk to read what's in front of us.
Through your worship, the staff recommendation is that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1925LK received from Brooke Burlock, Zelenka Priemo Limited, agent on behalf of Steve Little, 2498810 Ontario Incorporated, 214 Carson Co., applicant owner of Brantford Concession 2, Part Lot 10, RP 2R7452, Part 5, County of Brant, in the geographic former township of Brantford, municipally known as 125 Bethel Road, proposing to rezone the subject lands from agricultural A to light industrial M245, with site-specific provisions that include additional permitted uses and a reduction in the minimum number of required parking spaces, as outlined in this report and an attached bylaw, be approved, and that the reasons for approval are as follows. The application proposes compatible industrial use, implementing the current Prestige Employment Official Plan designation. The application will utilize available municipal services in a feasible and timely manner through the site plan approval process, and the application is consistent with the policies of provincial planning statement.
Thank you, Spencer. It's on the floor. It has a seconder. Are there any other questions before we call the vote? Everyone's clear on what they're voting on. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 11 is committee reports. We don't have any staff reports. We don't have any. Communications is 13.1, which is all the communications we had regarding Drinks Fest. Can I get a motion to receive as information? Councillor Oakley, Councillor Kyle, all those in favor to receive communications? Thank you. Resolutions, we have none. Other business, I didn't ask at the beginning. Is there any other business? Councillor Chambers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have two items. The first being, you'll recall at this morning's Administration Operations Committee meeting, I was elected to be on the Social Services Committee. Since then, I've received an invitation, an agenda to attend the meeting tomorrow morning. Technically, I am not a member of the Social Services Committee until I am ratified by council. So if someone can explain that to the people tomorrow, I will not be attending because I'm actually not a member yet.
Perfect.
So I'll leave that to the members to explain.
Yeah.
And the second thing is I see Jesse Glover is still here, which is kind of worrying me, actually. Some of you may not know, but Jesse's grandfather is a former member of Brant County Council. And it was John Clover many, many years ago who sat down and convinced me to run for council. So I guess I'm going to have to sit down with Jesse at some point and have a conversation with him.
Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring forward as new business or information, new information? No? Okay. I'm looking for someone to take us in camera, please. Councillor Pierce, looking for a seconder. Councillor Bell, all those in favor? Oh, and yeah, just before we do anything else, Spencer's going to read why we're going in camera.
Through your worship, the motion put forward would be that County Brant Council convene in camera to discuss Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, new central library site selection, County of Brant Public Library Board, and that Fred Gladding, Chair of the County of Brant Public Library Board, be permitted to deliver the new central library site selection report under item 16.1.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Okay, we're now back in open session, which takes us to number 17 on our agenda, which is the bylaws. And Councillor McAlpine, you have those.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman, that bylaws 126 to 6-26 be read at first time.
All those in favor of the first reading of the bylaws? Opposed, carried. Second reading, please, Councillor.
Okay, moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman, that bylaws 1-26 to 6-26 be read a second time and all preambles and clauses be adopted.
Are there any questions to the second reading of the bylaws? Councillor Miller.
I don't have my stuff, but I read the bylaw 17-1, it talks about a transfer payment agreement and talks about, yes, 17-1. It talks about the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. And I'm just wondering, there's a deadline to meet of March 31st, 2028. I'm just wondering, what is this transfer payment agreement for? Do we know? Somebody must know.
Thank you. Through your worship to council. Again, I don't have the bylaw up in front of me, but we did ask for an extension for that, and so it was granted. So we're changing some of those timelines, and that was for the St. George.
St. George, okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of the second reading of the bylaws? No? All those in favor? Second reading? And we can do it one more time, Councillor McAlpine.
Okay, moved by myself, second by Councillor Coleman, that bylaws 1-26 to 6-26 be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
All those in favor of the third reading of the bylaws? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Takes us to 18 on the agenda, which is our next meeting, and that'll be call of the chair and call for an adjournment. Somebody get us out of here. Thank you.